let you know what's up. God bless America. Are you sleep or are you up?
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of there. You're fired. Not going to take it anymore, Kamala.
Know what's up. God bless America. Are you sleep or are you up? God bless America. Trying to hit you with the news. God bless America. Don't be a dummy or a fool.
What up, y'all, man? Mr. Zach Reacts is back. Man, we had a nice day today. I know I did. I hope y'all did too. But, man, we here tonight, man, surfing again. Today we're on the Vance and Walz debate tonight, man. Woo. Man, that debate was to me, it was better than Trump and Harris. Just for the simple fact that the mics wasn't muted. What else? They got to explain their position and rebuttal. If they was able to talk over each other, they was going to let them do it. Tim Walz got turned a little bit red at some points. But, man, to me, y'all see the polls. Who won, Trump or Vance? To me, I'm voting for Vance, man. I mean, he won to me. The man was well-spoken. He low-key fact-checked Walz because he started to realize that the moderators started to low-key fact-check. You know what I'm saying? Fact-check Vance. And Vance was like, nah, you know, you said wasn't going to be no fact-checking, but y'all did it, so let me fact-check Walz real quick. And that was one of them epic moments right there. That was funny, man. Man.
Let him cook.
Man, he was cooking.
Let him cook.
Man. I swear, but yeah, man, we're going to watch this replay, man. Let's see what it do.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Can't wait. I couldn't wait, man. This was a cool debate, for real.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is...
Yeah, right. We supposed to trust CBS.
And how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all back there. Look at all those cameras. Look at all those cameras. Wow. Look at all those cameras, all those fake writers. Look at them.
set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
J.D. Vance looking like this.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You didn't even answer the question, Tim Walz. You just gave out a whole... I knew you and Kamala work at the same damn restaurant. Y'all both some salad chefs. Because I heard the word fundamental about 5 or 6 times. You ain't answered the question. You went all the way around the question and gave a half answer. Come on, Tim Walz.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos.
Well, Walz looking at him like this.
What? See?
Man, J.D. Vance, boy, he that man is very articulate, boy. He looking at him like it's gonna be a long ride, Walz.
Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe.
Yeah, it's up to let Israel make the choice. Israel is too busy waiting on America for Joe Biden to say, go ahead and take off on them. Protect your own land, man. Protect your land. You're taking it sounds like it's like crazy out there, man. If you gotta defend yourself, defend yourself. Stop worrying about the next man telling you to defend your own people. Man.
And we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with
Donald Trump. You debating J.D. Vance. You still ain't answered the first question that people ask you. You trying to do a rebuttal off of his answer, and you ain't even answered the damn question.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently.
What?
Look at Vance. He like,
What?
Vance looking at him like, Walls, my bad.
Instantly made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of two grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just...
Didn't Walz have notes? It looked like Walz had some notes over there writing. I thought you couldn't take notes. Is that what they said in the rules? Because this show looked like he was writing something. I don't know if I can go back a little bit. Let me see.
To help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns.
It's coming up.
Important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed...
Are they supposed to be writing notes? I don't know. Is that in the rules, y'all? Did anybody listen to the rules in the beginning? Because I didn't. I just thought they wasn't supposed to have no notes. They just supposed to go off the top of the dome. I don't know.
Notice some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about people, and unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Let him cook.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together so all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax, and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country.
Where? Where's these jobs at?
Largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts,
What's up, Kim Bella? I see you.
500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy.
So why is the gas prices so high if y'all producing all of this? I want to know.
What?
Gas is high. I don't know. JD Vance sitting over there looking at Tim Walz like,
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
sitting there listening to all them lies.
So climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters?
Why he look so nervous when he talk? It's like he's like he rehearsed that and was like trying to hurry up, like he was running out of breath to try to hurry up and finish it. JD Vance looking like, what did he just say? JD Vance got that look like, man, what the hell? He looking like,
What the hell?
JD Vance.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that
Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse
your
by the
time
climate.
is up.
Let him.
He was cooking their ass. He was cooking them so much that the moderator had to jump in. Man.
Like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign.
What y'all do? Y'all took everybody from Hollywood and said, give me money for our campaign. Y'all did the same thing. So what are you talking about? Those are called donors. Sound like billionaire donors too, like the ones y'all got that's going on in this world. His job is hard tonight. He got to defend his record, Kamala record, and then answer for a lot of different dumb policies. But anyway, man, let's keep going.
And I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate.
Crasher Extreme says someone had to save Walz. Man, it was $7 billion in charging stations. There's only 8 of them. Damn, man, that's crazy. It must be super, super, super fast chargers or something.
It is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance.
They might as well just let Vance just described what's going on if he gonna admit that the border is wide open by reversing all those executive orders. Let's see. They should have just let him go, but you know, he ain't got no answer for it. He gonna try to come up with one, I guess.
Your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
And they did.
94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants.
Get them out of here. We can't even walk around as criminals. We are. Some of them are. Some people are, but we don't just start off in America as being born as a criminal. These people are coming over here fresh, ain't never been over here, and they criminals from their country and coming over here with us. It was already confirmed. I don't even have to say alleged. So the director of ICE put that list out, that undetained list. So yeah, just close the damn border.
1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right?
Why are people is still stuck on that border bill talking about Trump? Trump ain't even in office to block anything. He can say what he want, but it ain't up to him. He ain't the president. They say he ain't blocked nothing. I heard everybody had a chance to vote on it and it wasn't going to pass it. They don't like to tell you what the bill was about. The bill wasn't shutting down nothing. It was going to make it legal to bring in 5,000 every day. That's almost 1 million or 2 million illegal immigrants a year. A border bill is supposed to be like, shut the damn border. They ain't even need no bill. They could have just made an executive order. So I don't know why they keep on talking about it. We all know what's going on. We know what's going on. Tim Walz sitting over there looking like,
What? When? Yeah. Your ass, see.
he looking at Vance like that.
Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
Yeah.
Let him cook. I said let him.
Walls over there looking like,
What? When? Yeah. Your ass, see.
good Lord, let him cook.
Let him cook.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting
Good boys ATL say the border bill is to help to put more security down there. We don't need no more security. Just close the damn border. Just one getting over is too many. The border bill, it was slowing down the flow of migrants. But people been going out there saying it's the same. It's still the same amount of people coming over here, just in a different area. A border bill, if they want everybody to pass that border bill, it was supposed to be nobody come across here. But to remain in Mexico, back on the bill. Then it was giving money and doing all kind of stuff. That bill wasn't that ain't no close the wall bill. I don't know why they keep on sticking to that. Man, it's always
And how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all back there. Look at all those cameras.
fake news, boy. Man,
In fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children.
The drug mule.
JC say more border agents, more coverage, fool. If they would close the damn border, you would need more and to have more coverage. It's a problem. Close it. That's just facts. If it's a problem, close it and then figure it out. But don't just leave it open, the door cracked open so people can still keep coming through here. They want you to focus on that border bill because they flying people over here. They don't have to count those. Van's gonna touch on. You got that app. Since they want to fact check, remember he gonna say that. Well, did y'all want to fact? I'm gonna tell the truth. They have an app. You fill out the application and your ass get to come over here without being counted.
Is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California.
And she ain't had nothing to do with the damn border. That's for the governor. She just attorney general. And she's talking about she's with prosecuting transatlantic gangs and all this. You are the vice president now. Since you care about so much of prosecuting somebody, why you won't just close the damn border? Since you don't like them, you don't like criminals. You can't put them in jail. Close the damn border. Bullshit.
He's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this.
Jeff Morris says border bill gave $80 billion. Wait, the border bill gave $80 billion taxpayer dollars to Ukraine for more than the U.S. southern border. What that got to do with closing it? See what I'm saying? Like they always, the bill don't, it ain't, the bill,
Kamala!
the bill is crazy. You want to close the border, did they want to give $80 billion away to another damn country to protect their damn border? They don't want to close our border. These people is nuts.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill.
Hey, Gloria, I see you.
On immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we
Look, y'all didn't think it was an issue. This is an issue for the American people. Open borders, man, not in my whole life, I ain't never heard about no open borders. They don't want it. They don't want Donald Trump to put the fuel on the fire. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that go in them damn bills. They ain't trying to stop these people from coming across over here. I don't give a damn what Tim Walz say.
Actually did some of these things, and they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall.
He built some of it, and you talking about 8 years ago then, because y'all was in office with 4 years. Why y'all keep talking about what Donald Trump did 8 years ago? He started building, and what y'all do? Y'all came in and stopped the building of it. So what are you talking about, Walz?
And Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling.
Dehumanizing who? The criminal migrants? The ones he always say? They're pouring over here from prisons, jails, mental institutions, insane asylums. They pouring over here, criminals. How about dehumanizing people? Yeah, they people. But the people he talking about, a lot of them is mental institutions, insane asylums, jails. They're emptying their worst. JD Vance looking at him like,
come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Man.
Him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was...
I don't know why they didn't explain what the bill was. Like, that's the only part I didn't like about this part. Like, I think JD Vance should have started explaining what the bill was. I know he know. But you got the moderators that, I don't know, this is a big stage for JD, but JD killing it. He over there.
Let him cook.
He been cooking. Anyway, what did she say? Let me hear what she said.
Will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years.
You ain't passing the smell test. 3 years.
Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it.
The bill wasn't solving anything. The bill wasn't solving anything. It was still allowing people to come over here. It was still allowing people to come over here. It wasn't closing anything. We're looking for y'all, for the government or the borders are, to close the damn border, slow it down all the way, stop flying people across the border, deal with the people that's already here. But just to keep on overflowing and flowing and flowing, like, come on, man. I got to hit their ass with a,
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
man.
And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Say illegal aliens, fool. They already demonized. The ones that's criminals, the ones that's pouring over here, and they emptying their jails and their mental institutions and their insane asylums. I see what the chat's saying. I see y'all. That think the border is like a light switch. Funny. So I don't think they can close the border. Obviously, they don't think they can close the border because you don't need no damn bill. Right, executive order, close the damn border. Of course, some people still gonna be coming over here, but it ain't gonna be like just open the damn door and just walk up to the damn border patrol and say, man, asylum. They're gonna have to really crawl and climb the fence to get over here at that point.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico. You've got to go back through proper channels.
Exactly. You can come over here, but you got to wait. You can't just come over here and get a court date and just run throughout the United States. Can't just run throughout the United States, then getting all the stuff for free. Hell no. All them billions and billions of dollars could have been going right over here. They already sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine. You get caught, you got to remain your ass in Mexico. Donald Trump didn't say, we ain't saying you can't come over here. You just got to do it the right way. Man.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried.
Marty Jackson says, I think JD won, but both did a good job. They did a good job, but, Tim Walz was turning red for a minute when he got caught up with that Chinese question. Even with this, even what they're talking about right now, the border, he got to defend Kamala because she ain't said nothing. He got to defend himself. You know what I'm saying? And he got to explain how they going to fix the damn border. So he pressured. But J.D. Vance was over there cooking.
About the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, In Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Man. Tell him, JD. It's America first, not second. It's first. Mr. Walls. Democrats. We come first. That's just bottom line. You allow 20 million people, new people coming here, getting everything for free, walking around with $10,000 on a credit card, living nice, good, eating, and all type of stuff going on. Like, no. That ain't gonna work. It ain't sustainable. Hell no, everything gonna remain high. More people gotta eat.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill.
They probably did ask for a bill. They didn't ask for that bill. They want the border closed too. They working hard as hell because the border wide open. They need a break. So they probably did want a bill. They didn't want that bill.
They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it.
They probably crafted and y'all changed it.
That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot.
That's because you asked the devil. We know what you is in Minnesota. I got a video on you, but I ain't gonna play it tonight. And it take more than 90 days. Like, come on, you can't just cap somebody and then vet him in 90 days. You got to see who the hell these people. That's it, man. I'll be like, if the shortest time, it got to be a year. Damn it. I know damn 90 days. We don't know who you are in 90 days. I'm Jennifer say, close the border and bring back normalcy. That's what I'm talking about. Alien Atheist said, you haven't read the bill, have you, Mr. Zach? I ain't got to read it. It's been explained 1,000 times. They keep on just bringing it up. Like, Donald Trump can't change nothing. He wasn't in office. They keep on trying to blame Trump. Trump closed it. He closed it. He blocked the bill. He ain't blocked shit. He ain't no damn Dikembe Mutombo. He might be Donald Trump, but he don't have the last say so. So obviously the bill wasn't a good bill because it didn't get passed. Just as simple as that. It wasn't a good bill. It didn't get passed. Donald Trump didn't take that damn paper and tear it up and walked in there and took it and said, give me that damn bill and ripped it up. He ain't do that. Everybody in there that's making this legislation and these bills are grown as adults. So stop with all it was a good bill. It was this and Donald Trump and all of these. It wasn't a good bill. It didn't get passed. Period.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
But Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we.
Alien Atheist. We can chat, you know what I'm saying? You can remain in the chat, but what I ain't going to do So what you ain't gonna do is call me out my name. Period. Alien, whatever your name is, alien atheist. All right. So if you can't be respectful to the host, I'm gonna have to get you up out of here. I'm gonna have to do you like this.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of there. You're fired. Not going to take it anymore, Kamala.
Okay? So don't call me out my name. And like I said, everybody in that room was some grown ass men and women. Trump didn't say shit. He probably, if he did say something, he said something, but they didn't have to listen to him. Like I said, Trump wasn't in that room. He didn't grab that bill, that paper, whatever a bill is written on, or however they come up with it. He didn't delete it. He didn't tear up the paper or nothing.
We treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to
we're-
fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an
Hold on. Say ban me, dummy. Okay. All right. I'm not playing around here. This is my town. This is Zach Town in here. All right. So, alien atheist, you can watch on the outside, buddy. Now, we talking about that app now. JD Vance is about to break down that app that they using to fly migrants over here. Forget the border bill. There's more people flying over the border than walking across the border, okay? So alienate this. Listen to this.
application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
It would have, look at these, look at the moderators. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. And Tim Walz got his mouth open. Look like, what he about to do over there?
Come on now, dog.
Come on, Tim Walz. Close your mouth. You know what I'm saying? And somebody said, I didn't like the border bill because he wouldn't have had nothing to run on. Just imagine if they did pass that border bill and it was still illegal immigrants coming over here, 5,000 a day. Then you got the ones flying over. Trump still gonna have something to run on. What are you talking about? It's a damn problem. The border is a problem. The border is a problem, no matter which way you look around it. So he would have had that. He still could have had this issue to run on. So that's a backwards chat text.
We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on the
much-
books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
wanna
One
have-
app has not been on the books.
Something that created, Margaret.
Gentlemen,
Uh-huh.
the audience can't hear you because
Go on over there and cook, Vance.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let Vance cook.
Let him cook.
They had to stop him.
your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for
Leroy Smith say, but Trump under his term didn't stop crossings either. It was, what you mean? It's gonna, like I said before, it's gonna always be somebody crossing the damn border. But it's a difference between opening the gate and then closing it a little bit and then having the gate closed and somebody hopping the fence. You understand what I'm saying? This administration opened the gate, then tried to close it and left the gate cracked open. That's what the bill was going to do. It was going to let the gate stay cracked open a little bit. When Trump, the gate was closed, but people still climbed the gate to get over. Like they found a way to get in. And they had to really sneak in because it was remain in Mexico. You get caught, you're going to get your ass back to Mexico and wait. That's the difference.
For voters, each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit.
Yep, R 5123. This is live right now, brother, sister. I don't know what you are, but yeah, welcome.
The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to.
We don't even know who Kamala really is. So how we going to believe she grew up in the middle class? Her lineage is white. I don't know why people keep on talking about she black. The family she come from, white Jamaicans, because you have all kind of colors in everywhere. There's white people in Jamaica. Just because they said Jamaica don't mean that it's an all black damn country. We don't even know who she is. They lie him on the screen right there. You're looking at Tim Walz and Kamala Harris lies so much. And it be lies that we all know they lying. We can look it up. They say certain things and they get recorded. And then when it's played in front of them or they find out about it, they try to change their position on everything. Kamala is not, she is not black. She is Irish, white girl. Same thing with her dad. He's Irishman. He wasn't black. We don't even know if that's the real her dad that they showing. The reason why I'm saying y'all go follow Candace Owens, man. She on to something. She been bringing facts. She got receipts of everything that she's saying, and it ain't looking too good. Like Kamala need to really. They need to question her on that for real. Everybody knew she was the Indian lady and whatever it was she was calling herself. And then she ended up black because she running for president because they need the black vote. But a lot of black people are waking up to that. I knew it when I first seen her that she wasn't black. Before I knew she was going to run for president or whatever. When I did see her, I knew she wasn't black.
To happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan.
They say her mother is Indian. That Indian lady that they showing that's supposed to be Kamala's mother. Take a good look at that picture. She do not look like Kamala nowhere. And her dad don't even look like Kamala nowhere. Not at all.
Down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut.
iSplash22 says, Zach, you ignore me, bro. She went to a what? She went to a HBCU. Okay. And It's a historical black college. You got white people to go there. You got all kind of people to go to them damn schools. When you can be a chameleon and talk like you black, they gonna think you're black. I don't think they take a blood test to go to those to go to college. They take whatever paperwork you got. If it look real, they gonna take it. They ain't taking blood tests. So it don't matter if she went to HBCU. To me, she used blacks, if you ask me, to get to where she wanted to go. Then when she get in a high ranking office, attorney general and DA and all this, she arresting all these black people and black mothers and less fortunate people. So I don't care. I don't look at that HBCU and
He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
Stop counting pockets. They wealthy for a reason. That's the part I don't like, man. If I was able to become a billionaire, rich out my mind, don't come count my pockets. You want to tax me to get everybody get a fair share. Look, this is a capitalistic society, man. The more you make, the better you off. You might donate here and there, but don't come trying to tax me because I made it. Crazy. And then Tim Walz sitting up here looking like he pleading for you to believe him. You know, you got two different ways to make a person believe you. The first way is how Tim Walz is, and pleading and like doing all the animations with his head up and trying to plead his case. And then you got another person, JD Vance, he talking to you direct. It's easier to believe somebody when they just calm and talking direct. It make me feel like they telling the truth. But when you pleading, you lying somewhere up in there, man.
Come on now, dog.
When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that?
I live in California, Stephen Patterson, my bad. You talking to me, A. Theodore? I ain't spreading no hate. I'm just telling the facts. What facts equals hate?
Come on now, dog.
Without ballooning the deficit. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%.
Exactly. She's been 3 years. I don't know why Tim Walz don't understand that. Why Kamala don't understand that. Kamala, you are the acting, sitting vice president. All the things that you're saying that you're going to do on day one, why are you waiting to day one of your administration? Once you start doing that now, then maybe the people will start seeing that you actually care, that you're going to actually put those policies in. Put them in now, and then when it's time, they'll be already up and running. You hide from your record. You want to turn the page on a book you created. You know what I'm saying? And Tim Walz is still looking like
What? When? Yeah. Your ass, see.
that's what Tim Walz saying in his head. He don't look confident at all. Anyway, man, let's go.
Drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
That's how you plead your case, Vance. You see him, Walls? That's why you keep looking over there at him. You're like, damn, this is a young brother right here, boy. That's how you plead your case. You speak firm, and you know what I'm saying? You speak confidently. Not sitting over there begging American people to understand what y'all got going on in y'all policies. It's like you begging for people to understand. I understand better when somebody tell me directly in my face. Make me seem like they really real. You know what I'm saying? It make me feel like that.
Let him
Governor,
cook.
do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy.
I don't think anybody could have beat COVID at that time. COVID just came out. Like, yeah, it just came. We didn't have no big pandemic. Didn't nobody know what to do when that happened. Did nobody know what to do? It started to get under control, yeah. But when Trump got in there, everything was lovely. Then here come the China virus. So I don't know why y'all blaming that on Trump. Blame it on China. If Kamala was in office, Biden, whoever was in office when it first came out, y'all would have problems too. Did nobody know what to do? The best medical scholars didn't know what to damn do. Donald Trump ain't no damn doctor.
We're already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is,
he just said it. When you're the president, you don't have all the answers. So that just helped my case. You don't know all the answers. Something happened, a damn pandemic, anything happened. You gotta figure it out.
This. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're...
Why he doing this with his head? That almost looked like a soft move. He got some sugar in this thing. I've been seeing people in the chat saying that's sugar walls. You one of them woke people too? He like really emotional. Like that look crazy. JD Vance sitting over there looking at him like,
Come on now, dog.
You're paying your taxes every year, and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I've got three beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they
why he get to keep on addressing after when Vance talking, Vance get cut off. Vance, that you couldn't even come after that. He said what he said. What could you say after what he just said? What he was just over there cooking.
Let him cook.
You know what I'm saying? He was over there cooking. Somebody said something in the chat, so I want to read. See if I can find it. I think basically, I think it was somebody named Dev said that Walz is so impressed with Vance, he gonna vote for him. Man, Vance over there cooking.
trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So I appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly...
Man, Tim Walz is annoyed. He's annoyed right now. Vance, keep talking, Vance. Keep putting the facts out there, man.
Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
Tony Grief say, Walz looking like the moderators. Please help me. God, save me.
have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor,
Please.
thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska.
Uh-oh, they got a word salad. You know they gonna give you a word salad where they tell you where they grew up at.
Come on now, dog. Come
And
on,
he's-
man.
And he still ain't probably answering the damn question.
Town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times. But
You are a knuckle damn head. What you doing in China all them damn times? Everybody calling Kamala Kamila. You in China out there with the Chinese Communist Party over there teaching and learning. What's really going on here? Two commies hooked up? Like, for real. Come on, let's keep on hearing these lies, Tim Walz.
But it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to.
Hey, Tracy, I see who is the real Kamala. Man, he over here pleading. He over here doing the same thing. Want everybody to believe what he's saying. You didn't even answer the question. The question is why your ass was over there in China all them damn times.
To understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
You a liar. You should have said that in the beginning. We know you lying. You went on for 2 minutes saying a whole bunch of other stuff. Look at that look on his face. That's the look of a liar right there.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You know you was over there doing some felonious stuff. Don't nobody go to China 30 damn times and ain't got a 2-bedroom apartment over there. No, you got your 2-bedroom apartment over there in China. Fine.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor.
You learned a lot of communist ways. That's what I think. You learned a lot of communist ways. You with all the price controls and all this other stuff. Boy, you look disgraceful right now because you know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right? The look of disgrace is right there. Know you fucked up.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Disgrace.
Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record.
Exactly. He was believing.
And how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all.
He was
back
believing
there.
all the fake
And
news.
how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all back there. Look at all those cameras. Look at all those cameras. Wow. Look at all those cameras, all those fake writers.
Anybody can believe, you know what I'm saying? They can manipulate your mind, but when you get a chance to finally get to know the man, your feelings change. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration.
I do got an open mind. My mind is open to making America great again. Close the borders. Make it safe for my grandkids and my kids. Not to worry about 13,999 convicted murderers running throughout the country. That's illegal. I do got an open mind. My mind is open to having low gas prices, low food prices, everything back to how it was. They keep on talking about they ain't going back. So the Democratic Party don't want to go back to when economy was good and gas prices in some states was $1.87 or whatever, $2 a gallon. The gas where I'm at is $5.09, going up. I wanted to go back to when interest rates was low, all of that stuff. Everybody know it. Everybody know it. Especially if you was paying bills at that time. Until now. 3.5 years. We didn't even really know it was going up high like that until this election, this last year, the media start ramping it up. Now everybody know about it. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Y'all know it was better. All y'all doing, y'all hate Trump that bad, yet y'all gonna vote for a person that's gonna keep your ass broke for another 4 years. You hate Trump that bad, but if you know, I can't, I grew up where black people was putting Trump in their songs, they rap songs and whatever. You know what I'm saying? We look at him like, damn, they go Donald Trump. Hey, big man want to make money like Trump. Wasn't nobody hating that man. That man did a lot for black people. He helped Oprah. If y'all want to get technical, he helped Oprah out. Oprah Winfrey. She used his house to have a funeral for somebody that she knew. She did interviews with him. Everybody, all these people hating on this man for what? And the media got y'all hating him for what? What did he do to you? He ain't did nothing to you. If you an American citizen and you love your damn country, you want some protection. Of course, it's been immigration and, you know, countries build on immigration and all that, but it's legal immigration. People got their papers and they actually doing it the right way, not just opening the door and letting people come here that we don't know, coming from all types of countries. If you're seeking asylum, asylum means go to the next country to you that's safest, not travel 5,000 miles to get over here. That ain't asylum. You got a lot of these people in these countries coming from these countries that don't like the United States. I don't want to be standing and going to a mall or something and somebody blow up the damn mall. That's not how we live over here. That ain't how we live. Nobody strapping bombs to themselves or just crazy stuff going. We not used to that. We used to regularly getting up, going to work, eating your breakfast, eating your lunch, eating your dinner, take care of your kids, pay your damn bills, take trips, live your life. I don't want to worry about being somewhere in a movie theater somewhere where it's crowded and one person in there take everybody out. Hell no. What's wrong with y'all?
The first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Let him cook.
Man, J.D. Vance be cooking, man. Very articulate, straightforward, man. Y'all can't lie in the chats, man. Y'all can't lie. I don't know why y'all, I don't know what y'all eyes and y'all ears are seeing. But y'all see what's going on. Yes.
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this.
Man, don't make me pull up this. Don't make me stop this debate and pull up something. I'm going to think about it because this is crazy. You want to explain about some lady and some other lady, but once you tell them about the 8, once you tell them about the 8 babies that had baby removal, that the ladies did baby removal and the babies were still alive and they were allowed to lay there and meet the maker. Tell that. Anyway, let's go because this is all the Democrats. All they got to run on is reproductive rights, which I totally agree with Trump. The 3 exceptions. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's right to have the states voting on it. To me, can't let the government control everything.
This issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duval.
Thanks, Stephen. I try to keep it real, man. If Trump says something wrong or Vance says something wrong, I'll call it out. But I ain't seen nothing yet. But this fool right here, it's not moving the needle for me.
A 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor?
Yeah, right.
Come on now, dog.
Come on, man. I might end up playing that clip, man. I wish I had it prepared for y'all right now, but I don't. It only take a second to type it up, but I'm going to let this play. I might play it at the end to let y'all know that what he's saying is a bunch of bullshit. It ain't like the woman can't make the choice. You just got to travel a little bit. Why wait to travel when you I don't even want to say that because I think it's too nasty for YouTube, but why wait to the last minute to make that type of decision? Can't have the government controlling everything. That's what the Communist Party do. The government, they want the government to control everything. They want to control you, your gun, come in your house and make sure your gun is. You can't have guns. You can't make a lot of money because they're gonna tax you because you made too much. Like, damn.
Governor's claim. Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know,
All right, good night, Gloria. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you.
The thing that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can...
Damn. Oh, they don't believe in God. They don't give a damn what you believe. You gonna do this damn abortion whether you believe in God or not. Damn. Look how Tim Wall's looking. He's looking like
What? Your ass, see.
be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please...
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong
This
about,
was-
Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong
That is
about?
not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this...
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things work best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals. They get early childhood education. They get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to
here's what the damn law say.
move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Man, this is getting pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Getting pretty good. I ain't really say too much on the abortion stuff because I leave that up to the females, man. Ain't nothing I can do or say to change. It's going to be an argument forever, I guess. But anyway, let's go.
It's terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun
Rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school.
Hey, John, I see you. John Aguirre, man, thank you. Praise the Lord.
With such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about.
Dragon says crazy that abortion is the only kind of murder that isn't a crime. Wow. Yeah, once it get to a certain stage, you get that heartbeat, man. That's all it takes.
This epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, and some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Anyway,
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you...
Ethan Strickland say, guns don't kill people. People kill people. That's like trying to say forks make people fat. I heard that before. He right, man. People kill people. Still don't give you the right to come in and take my damn gun. Kamala said that. I don't give a damn what Tim Walz talking about. It's like he got to defend. I told you he got to defend Kamala's record. He got to defend his record in the Democratic Party. So he got 3 jobs up there to do. Feel me?
Previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look.
I appreciate you, Charlie. Appreciate you.
At all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that. But I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Look, you can take all the guns away. You can take them all away. People are still going to find a way to off somebody. They still gonna find a way. You just have to be responsible with your gun. But you can take all the guns away. In the UK they use knives. They ain't got no guns. They use knives. So it don't matter if you take the guns away or the knives away. Somebody gonna find a way to do somebody. Lack of a better word. They gonna find a way. You know what I'm saying? You be walking across the street, somebody push you in oncoming traffic. There's gonna be other brutal ways to get rid of some damn body, basically. So it don't matter.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't...
John Aguirre say Cain killed Abel with a stone. So come on. Don't matter about no damn guns. You want to take somebody out. There's all kind of ways. There's 6 million ways to die. Choose one. So they're making it a big issue.
handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back. And you're going to pay your mortgage. What? Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in. And we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run.
Wall's been talking for 4 minutes. I thought it was only 2 minutes. Damn. Moderators ain't even cutting him off. If that was JD Vance over there cooking, they would have cut him off. Damn.
End up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Get that spit off your lip, Walls. Know you over there lying because you're spitting. You're spitting. And everything is high because all these 20 million immigrants over here. The blame should be on Kamala and them. Building 3 million homes. But it's 20 million more people over here. What 3 million homes gonna do? And then giving away down payment assistance. Like what? Ain't that more money being spent? How is that solving anything? And then the houses you building, the American citizens, they got to give blood to get one. The immigrants, all they got to do is just move in, get the key. They already got the down payment, all the money that y'all been giving them. You got this. I seen already they was saying in California, where I'm at, they giving away $150,000 damn dollars, but the program is only for they say first generation home buyers. So first generation home buyers. What y'all think that mean? If you a first generation home buyer, obviously you are new to this damn country. Come on, man.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive.
Common sense, man. JD Vance is over there cooking with common sense.
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
Man.
Let him cook.
Common sense, man. Real.
If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Man. Walls ain't got nothing to say. He know He know JD Vance is telling the truth. He know it. The more people you bring in here, the more it's gonna cost for you to buy a home. It's taking away all the other. It's not enough homes for all these people. So of course, everything is gonna go up. Come on, man.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where? Yeah.
No, you can't have it. Yeah, you can have it, Tim Walsh. You can have it. Yeah, you can have this.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal?
That's what I'm looking for. Supply and demand. It's not enough supply and there's too much damn demand. They think 3 million extra homes is going. Nah, you didn't let 20 million people over here. Lord, you got to build more than 20. You got to build 20 million damn homes because they the ones that are going to get it. American citizens don't even come first in their own damn country. Something wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Something is wrong with that. Anyway, let me keep going before I get in trouble.
Federal lands. Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not
migrants
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example.
Why you keep on talking about Minnesota? That ain't what you want the houses built over there? You said it already. We have a lot of federal land elsewhere. Why you always got to keep on talking about Minnesota? The people in Minnesota don't even like you.
So the issue
Your own family don't even like you.
is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money.
I know you're from Minnesota, but damn, speak about the other part of the country.
Here, let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants?
Okay, we got another person in the chat, man. I'm gonna give you a warning. Glass Ghost. I appreciate you in the chats, man. You can say what you want to say, but when you start insulting the host, then that's where I have a problem. You know what I'm saying? I have a problem with that. Don't come on here talking shit. I'm gonna give you a warning. All right, Glass Ghost. That's it. All right, let's get back to it.
It's adding to the cost.
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook.
Let him cook.
I said, let
And Tim Walz is like this right now. Look at that face.
What?
Hear that face?
What? 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 When? Yeah.
Yeah.
Your ass, see?
Uh-huh.
What the hell?
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local.
Look, I'm going to tell everybody in the chats. Stephen Peterson says, Zach, I'll try to keep it nice, but I might get out of line. Look, y'all can say what y'all want in the chat, man, but just don't insult me. You don't know me. You don't know me. And I'm not insulting anybody in the chats. We can speak like grown adults and have conversation and all that other stuff. But when you start insulting me, that's where I have a problem. And I give everybody one chance. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to insult me. You have to call me dumb and idiots and all this other stuff. Like I'm not none of that. All right. And I appreciate everybody in the chats though. Shout out to everybody in the chats, man. Got 1,300 people, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. Come on. Tap that like button. All it takes is one quick second, man. Get me up to about at least 200 likes, man. That you can do that for your boy. All right. Let's keep it going.
Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act.
Otis said they might blame me for the economy. Man, I already owe a lot. Man, I owe too much. Can't blame me.
In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with
Y'all double tap the screen, man. Just double tap the screen. You'll see a thumb. You know, just double tap it. Some people don't know. They go out the live and then come back and hit the heart button, the like button. But all you got to do is just double tap the screen, man. I appreciate it.
Existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concept.
All right, Jeff C. We see you later, man. You take this with you when you go out, all right? Don't leave yet. I'm gonna give you this. All right, because you came in here with a bunch of fake news. Jeff C.
And how about the fake news? Oh, look at them all back there. Look at all those cameras. Look at all those cameras. Wow. Look at all those cameras, all those fake writers. Look at them.
Bye, Jeff C, man. I appreciate you. Hit that sub button on the way out, though.
steps of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the
Hey, I'm pro Trump, man, but like I say, people on the chats, man, I'm not telling you who to vote for. Everybody gonna make their own damn decisions. You know what I'm saying? But me, pro Trump. All right.
Insurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's
Record to run. Trump got a record to run on. He got a record to run on, man. Walz finna try to explain.
where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time.
Come on, man, you're rambling, Walz. God damn, you getting 4 minutes. It's only supposed to be a 2 minute. You only get 2 minutes. You up there 3 and 4 damn minutes. What's up with the moderators, man? And Monica, I appreciate you. But what's up with the moderators? Lord.
What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go?
I appreciate you, man. BR 549, man. I appreciate you for looking out. Man, look how JD Vance looking at Tim Walz. Tim Walz looked too damn timid. Why it looked like he getting ready to cry, like he something. He finally ain't with his lip, like I don't know, man. He don't look like a strong individual to me. But you know, some people gonna vote for it, I guess. But in the chats, man, if y'all vote for Trump, man, put a red heart. If y'all voting for Kamala and put a blue heart for me, man. Let me see in the chat. Let me see if y'all paying attention. Let's see. Let's come. We gonna tell the truth now. Who you voting for? Who you going for? Red or blue? Let me see. Otis say he look like he needs to go change his tampon. Life After Death say excellent show. Excellent show, man. Digging this for real, man. I appreciate you. Hit that subscribe button while you in here, man. Tim know he's lying his balls off. Independent, then don't they got a green heart or something? Put a white heart if you independent. Red for Trump, blue for Kamala, white independent. Metaverse, what's going on with you? Man, we got a lot of hearts, red hearts up in here, boy. Lord. I only seen a few blue. It's just like Trump rallies, man. Theodore Jackson, what's going on with you? Appreciate you. Just like a Trump rally. It's a lot of people that be at them damn rallies. They be all outside, all down the street and all that, but they don't never show Kamala rally like that. Like her rallies, they just there already in the venue. I ain't seen nothing on YouTube where it's a lot of people just with MAGA flags and just, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing all in the front. You know, I don't see none of that. The polls be lying. Don't be trusting them polls. Them polls be coming from these legacy media places and stuff like that. Don't be believing that stuff. I see a few little independents in there. Man, you know what I'm saying? You don't never see Kamala rallies, people all outside. It's crazy. You can see the contrast in between them.
Go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way.
Come on, Life and Death.
Come on, man.
Life and Death. Man, he said, only polls I watch are with women on them.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
That's a good one.
when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
It looked like you on them damn drugs, Tim Walz. Your eyes is big. You pointing, you shaking. Good Lord.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of
Go
time.
ahead,
We have a
Nora.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis
Sure.
in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide.
Kamala destroyed California. That's why she harried up. She didn't even want to do the job she was doing in California because she had her eyes set on what she's doing right now. I got a video with that, with her dad and things that he was doing, and everything is like set up for her at this moment in time. That's why they pushing so hard to get her in there without a primary vote. I got videos about that, but I'll play that for a different time.
Paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck, because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor.
That was a lot of rambling. Why don't you tell them in Minnesota what you're doing to businesses out there? This is what he's doing to businesses. Say you work, you're a worker, and you mysteriously caught a cold, or you twist your ankle, or you lied about an injury, or lied about anything. Out there, the businesses are required to pay you for 20 weeks, regardless of your excuse. So if you off for 20 weeks, you can be off up to 20 weeks. Put it that way. You can be off up to 20 weeks and still get paid from your employer, while your employer has to go find somebody and pay somebody else to take your place while you sitting out for 20 weeks. When the 20 weeks is over, you can come back to work. It don't matter your condition. You ain't saying nothing about that. The businesses can't handle it. Maybe that's why you was talking so fast, Tim Walls. I wish I had a direct line to Vance, because I would have told him, asked him about the 20-week thing, where businesses got to pay their employees, whether they hurt or not, and then have to rehire somebody else to take their place. I wish I could have told him that, but anyway, let's go.
Your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too.
Queen B say that's false. Well, I wish I had it. See, I should have had my little things that I didn't know I was going to talk on that, but I should have had it where you can see, because this is actually happening. Is people people out there saying that, basically. So I'm not going to just say something. I ain't going to just make up stuff. I'm not going to make up stuff.
Who have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here, because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally, because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families, and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area, and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare, because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
I appreciate you, Stephen Patterson. God bless you, man. I'm glad you came here for a minute. I appreciate you. All right, God bless you.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve...
Hold on, somebody in the chat says something. Let me see. Metaverse say, I freaking love the guy, but so I'm going to vote for Kamala. Okay. You can love the person. That's cool. Everybody got the right to vote whichever way they choose. Whichever way they choose. Just know you have to go 4 years of who you voted for. If the person you voted for get in there and do the total opposite, only thing I could say is I told you so. But it's cool. Let's keep going.
Says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify?
It was quiet right there. Look, it was quiet, boy. Fans be,
Let him cook.
man, it was quiet right there.
How that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential.
Debbie said, I live in the third largest city in Oklahoma. There is only 2 daycares. Damn. It's only 2 daycares in the largest city of Oklahoma. What city is that? That only have 2 daycares. Lord.
Election, and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate
Lawton, Oklahoma, okay.
those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Censorship. Man, that's deep. I believe that's a threat. I got to watch what I say on here. They already demonetized my channel. And I wasn't even really doing nothing or saying nothing. They wanted to censor me. When I had just got monetized. I was monetized for a good 3 months, 2 months. The 4th month, they demonetized me. And like I said, I wasn't even really doing much. I'm reacting off of stuff and that I see on YouTube, and that's already out there. My long form videos, they for sure shadow ban. I call myself Mr. Shadow Ban because they be shadow banning me. Only way to get my content out is through lives. I do a few long form videos. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting on 18 million damn views and I can't see the numbers, the actual numbers, because they censoring the numbers for me. Getting paid off of me and won't let me get none. So censorship is a threat. Can't say what you want. The First Amendment, right? Damn. Anyway, man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking.
Somebody say don't lie. Queen Bee say don't lie and you won't get banned. Don't lie and you won't get banned. I ain't lying. I'm saying what I see. I'm saying what I be seeing on the news, you know, school of YouTube. I ain't lying. Everything that I've been trying to say, you can look it up.
On things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag. Several later died, and it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties.
What about you letting your city burn up? Why you ain't bringing that up? And your wife says she liked the smell of burning rubber when y'all open up the window. Mr. Walz. And they keep blaming Trump for the January 6th. He said march peacefully. He can't control people down there. Everybody is grown. He said what he had to say. Y'all go down there, but y'all do it peacefully. Can't control what a grown person does. JJ Shirley say nobody died that day. I think they said it was a woman or something. But you can't keep blaming Trump. They want to blame everything catastrophic on Trump, but they can't blame themselves for calling Trump a threat to democracy, and the man done got 2 assassination attempts. You know what I'm saying? So who's the real threat to democracy? Who's weaponizing people? You know, you got some lunatics out there to take that message that he a threat and then do something and think he gonna be a hero for the Democratic Party. You know, so I don't like that. Like, stop blaming everybody else. The crisis that we're going through right now that got everybody's attention is this last 3.5, 4 years, and your vice president, Kamala Harris, who didn't get a single vote to be in this position, it's crazy. Stop blaming everybody else. Own up to it. Damn.
The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence."
They say he incited it. He said, y'all go, look, we gonna get y'all. I'm gonna need y'all to get y'all sticks. I need y'all to get y'all bats. I need y'all to go down to the Capitol building and tear that motherfucker up. I want y'all to do that. We are MAGA. He didn't do that. He said, go down there and march peacefully and patriotic. Is that inciting because the person want to be patriotic? I guess that's the word that incited everybody, because everybody felt like they was patriotic, right? People went down there, love their country and don't want to see nothing happening to it. So the word patriotic is inciting violence? Is that what you're trying to say? He ain't, like I said, he didn't come on there and say, and was all riled up. Y'all go down there and y'all do all the things y'all don't care. Y'all can tear the whole White House up. Just make a point. He didn't say that. Crazy. I don't know what people be seeing. Like, they try to throw that cheap fake, deep fake shit out. Maybe that's what y'all was looking at. I don't know. I know what I heard. I know what I heard Trump say. They don't ever want to play the clip all the way through. They want to play it to make it look like, make it appear like he was inciting something. Why Tim Walz didn't bring up Nancy Pelosi? I wonder why Vance didn't bring that up when she said on video with her daughter talking about she have responsibility for it. Why y'all don't blame Nancy Pelosi? You know what I'm saying? Blame Nancy Pelosi. They could have had a bunch of National Guards down there, but nah, she don't like Trump either. Let me see what's gonna happen. Let me see if these people gonna tear this building, then we gonna blame Trump. Am I saying, is that a lie to be shadow banned about? Because the video is out there with Nancy Pelosi saying that. So I don't know what y'all talking about.
Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue.
Exactly. President words matter. You got the president, Biden, calling Trump an existential threat. Since the president's word matter. But they always say the quiet part out loud. And I'll be catching it. The president's words matter. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
And we ain't in the same boat. Tim Walz, ain't no election, ain't nobody won nothing yet. Y'all just trying to promote fear like Trump gonna act crazy if he lose. He not. But you have to worry about, you got to worry about the damn people. Stop worrying about Trump. Trump is only one man. And I'm quite sure he gonna probably say whatever, but he ain't gonna tell nobody to go down there with guns and do all this crazy stuff. Just like they tried to use that word bloodbath and took that out of context. He said it's gonna be a bloodbath if he lose. He wasn't even talking about it in that way. It's like they take bits and pieces of what Trump say and then trying to turn it to something terrible. If Trump was that bad of a person, this man been out in the streets doing interviews, hundreds of interviews, helping people in stores, giving out $100 bills, all kind of stuff. And y'all and Walz and Harris ain't been no damn where. The last video I seen of you, Walz, you was at a game flipping people off. Then somebody tried to ask you a question. You was eating some ice cream, and they asked you a question, and you turned your back on them. So if Trump is that bad, why is he bringing out all these people? Would you see something different? Yeah. Why you on tampons in boys' bathrooms? I wish they would have asked him now. I wish Vance, that's what I'm saying. I wish I could have had a direct line to Vance. Say, hey, Vance, ask him why he want tampons in boys' bathrooms and men's and women's sports. They ain't even bring that part up in the debate. Crazy.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop.
That's, man, I don't know why they keep on talking about the January 6th. That was 4 years. Come on, man. It happened. Let's move on and worry about this election. But to keep going back to bringing up old stuff, that ain't solving nothing, man. We just got to see. January 5th come, we'll see if it's another January 6th. That's it.
People from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something. That's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up.
They have banned books. Shit, everybody on their damn cell phone. Man, kids don't be using them damn books. We ain't grown up. I ain't using no damn book. I'm using my cell phone. He says censorship is banning books. I know they say if you want to learn something, put it in a book. But everybody ain't really looking at books like that. You want to hide something, keep it in a book. Our books these are our books. These are our books. Search up anything you want. I don't understand why kids got bad grades when they got YouTube and Google and all that stuff. Crazy. I wish I would have had a cell phone when I was in high school. Elementary school, middle school. Ain't no way in hell I wouldn't be getting those straight A's. Crazy hell.
I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems.
Tim was looking like, y'all help me out. I love it when J.D. Vance turn it right back on him about Kamala Harris. And then Tim Walz get all fidgety and don't know what to say. He be like,
What? When? Yeah. Your ass, see.
man, call him out, man.
Problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the
Beat that. Mark Zuckerberg, he already spilled the beans on that. So I don't know why Tim Walz is so combative about that. It's facts. They just had a big thing a couple months ago with the owner of Facebook saying that he was being called by the government to censor some of that stuff. So come on, man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up.
Yeah, your
thank
time
you,
up,
gentlemen.
Governor.
We
Nobody
will.
want to hear that. Ain't no, the clear choice is common sense. That's the clear choice.
Be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News Vice
Man. What y'all saying in the comments, man? Y'all putting paragraphs in the comments and they going too fast. I can't read that fast, y'all. I can't read that fast. I went to public school. I ain't go to a private school. The Libra said if there was not a guy, we wouldn't have Donald Trump. What else said? Mr. Baker say Walls didn't win. Y'all fool in the chats, man. Everybody engaging, everybody having conversations. That's good, man. That's what the chat's for, man. I can't read everything. If y'all put more than 3 lines now, it's like I can read it, but it's just a lot of things on my chats, man. Jay Shorty say Kamala said she'll ban rifles. I heard her say that now she want to change her position on that. Now, I ain't in Charlotte, man. I'm in LA, man. I'm from California. I'm in the sanctuary city. And I see migrants. One of these times I'm a interview one of them. They be having on Nike. They be having all the fresh clothes on too. Like, man, let me see. Let's keep going.
And elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance.
They closing statements, man. They closing statements. I want to bring up after this, man. I want to show you about the law that they got in Minnesota about the baby removal process. What happens when the baby is born alive? All right, and how many? And then it was another one I wanted to look at. That I'll think about it in a minute, but for sure that clip.
Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that.
He said, Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. What about what Kamala was saying? She said a lot of stuff, so we supposed to believe her. We do believe her. We believe what she said when she first came on the scene, that she was going to ban fracking, that she was going to put a mandatory buyback. She was going to a mandatory buyback on guns. She was going to decriminalize illegal immigrants. She said a lot of things. So we going to believe that, right? You want to put that out there. Believe what she telling us. I think he's saying the wrong thing, Tim Walz.
Come on now, dog.
I think he really saying the wrong thing.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? So, according to you, we got a believer. Because you want the Democrats to believe what Donald Trump's saying, right? Okay.
Senator Vance tonight, made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me.
And Vance should. You know what I'm saying? He should. Just like what the comments, what the chat say. OE2. No, Theodore Jackson says Donald Trump showed us who he is when he was the president. Exactly. So, and then Vance, he love his country. It's America first, period. What that got to, why you always got to put an agenda, say that's an agenda? You an American. You supposed to love your damn country. You don't want to see it in the state that it's in. I don't know why they keep trying to make this last 3.5 years disappear like it didn't happen. Love your country. And Vance, he's proven that. Ain't nothing wrong with loving your country. Hell.
Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
No. Who care about, you can't negotiate with world leaders with joy. These people ain't got no damn joy. They trying to take over America. And nobody want to, I don't want to join anything where the kids ain't safe. Safe to be a kid. And I don't want to join anything where the parents don't have no say so on their kids' decisions. I don't want to join nothing where I couldn't put my granddaughter or my daughter into some type of sport where a boy gonna play. I don't want to be a part of no team that's putting tampons in boys' bathrooms, messing their damn minds up. I don't want to turn the kids into transgender like no, and fertility blocking pills. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? All that stuff is wrong, man. Like, I'm a traditional man. I'm a God-fearing man. God didn't make it this way. You can't just do as thou wilt. Quoted from Aleister Crowley, whatever his name is. You can't do what you want to do without no damn consequences, Mr. Walls. You can't do what you want to do. You got the will. I mean, God gave us the will to do it. I mean, you know, he gave us choices. And it's up to you to make that right choice because you're going to be judged. You're going to be judged. So I don't believe in that. Just do what you want to do. And joy. It's joy. Like, what? You can't negotiate. She ain't gonna be able to go in there and negotiate with Putin and all these people and talk about, yeah, it's joy and come in there laughing and smiling. Nah. It's lives on the line. You know what I'm saying? Feel free to make choices, but you can't just do as thou wilt. Without consequences. It's just as simple as that, man. If you believe in God, all the stuff that they pushing is not right. If you believe in God. Just like you have pastors, right? Pastors, or Kamala, I don't know if she got one or not, but if you are a preacher or a pastor, you're not supposed to be condoning that type of stuff. You're a pastor. You believe in God. You believe in Jesus. You believe in God. You believe in God. And God says men are supposed to be with women and women are supposed to be with men. He didn't make he made Adam and Eve. Not Adam and Steve. But, you know, you gotta have the devil has to take as many souls as he can. Because his time is short here on this earth. So I say the choices you make, the choices you gotta live with, man. And I tell people this, the devil do wear a dress sometimes. I appreciate you, Chad. The devil do wear a dress sometime, and she wear a red dress. And know how to be a chameleon, know how to change her voices, know how to adapt in different environments. So it's up to you. You a grown person, grown individual. Just know you got to deal with your choices. So, and if you go for that, you'll fall for anything. I'm not trying to ruin my chances for everlasting life. So, but that's on y'all, man. Let's get to it.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Norah O'Donnell. And a reminder.
Man, that was a pretty good debate. Now, my next question. put a blue heart if you think Walls won, or put a red heart if you think Vance took this one. You know who I think won. There you go, George. Trish say Vance, Debbie, Vance, Theodore Jackson, Otis. Man, everybody, Kiki Wilson, Shannon Baxley, what's up with you? Mike Jones, Richard Bingle, Linda Dykes, man. George D. I don't see no blue yet. Monica. Kiki again. Kevin Metcalf. he said Walls can't even win his own state. Man. Let me see. I think I can find this. Let me see here. I want y'all to see this clip, man, about these babies, man, that they doing in Minnesota. Virginia Beach. Mike Michelle. Okay, former U.S. representative of Minnesota. Hold on, let me see.
Left with results, and the parents have to pay for all of the procedures. These are just Minnesota under Tim Walz takes away the child, removes the child from the parents' hate for transgenders. The Tim Walz, 8 babies carefully. Tim Walz passed the highest amount of fraud in the United States.
Hold on. This lady right here, Michelle Beckman, JDLLM, Dean, Robertson School of Government. She was the House representative. She worked with Walz. She was elected the same day Walz was elected into office in Minnesota.
United States under COVID. Tim Walz looked the other way for the Muslim community. There's a new fraud that's happened in Minnesota under his watch, and he has done nothing on this new fraud dealing with education funds that should be going to kids for autism. Here's what he did. These are his, quote, accomplishments, Joni. I want everyone to listen carefully.
Listen, everyone. Listen carefully now. Former U.S. representative of Minnesota, Michelle. And she ain't got no reason to lie. Ain't nobody gonna put these allegations on somebody without repercussion. So listen up.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Listen up.
Tim Walz passed the most egregious pro-abortion legislation in the United States. Abortion is legal up to a moment that a baby has died. But we worked diligently for about 40 years on pro-life legislation. He repealed every single piece of pro-life legislation, including protections for those who are born from an abortion. Under Tim Walz, 8 babies died under Tim Walz from abortion because they were born alive. They were left to die. That was his legislation, that we would now leave babies to die when they're born in abortion. On transgender, we have the most radical transgender policy under Tim Walz in Minnesota. We're a, quote, sanctuary state for transgenders. But get this, if a child says to a teacher, I think I want to be a different sex, then, and the parents disagree, in Minnesota, the state of Minnesota under Tim Walz takes away the child, removes the child from the parent's home, and then the child is chemically castrated or physically mutilated. Once the state is done with the child, then the child is returned to the parents, and the parents are left with the results, and the parents have to pay for all of the procedures. These are just a few things. He's also a big spender. He increased spending. We had a $17 billion surplus, and Tim Walz spent every bit of the $17 billion. He increased spending by 40% in the state, and he left taxpayers with a bill. We're now in a deficit after being in surplus over 17 billion. We're now in a deficit. We've had more people leave our state since Tim Walz came in. 2 years ago, 19,000 Minnesotans left the state. Now over 30,000 people left the state last year. And it may be because he passed what's called net zero, carbon neutral. Minnesota is the coldest state in the union. We need energy in the wintertime. We can be 50 below zero with wind chill. He passed so that in Minnesota, we can only use solar and wind. Solar is 200% more expensive than regular sources of energy. Wind is 50% more expensive than any source of energy. We have to shut down all of our plants, whether they're nuclear plants, hydro plants, whether they're coal, whether they're natural gas. They're all being shut down now. We don't even have the solar and wind built. And yet that's the only sources of energy we're allowed to use in Minnesota. And it's why businesses are shutting down in Minnesota. They're leaving, people are leaving the state because they know they won't be able to handle these energy bills that are.
And he said it was the businesses is booming in Minnesota. Come on, man.
Expected to be 4 times more expensive than people are paying now. In some cases, 8 times more expensive than what people are paying now. Here's another reason why businesses are leaving Minnesota. He passed the Family Medical Leave Act. It sounds great, but
remember he was talking about he passed the Family Medical Leave Act. That's what I wanted to show y'all. And I said that people, for any reason that you can say you're hurt or sick or whatever it is, the company you work for has to pay you up to 20 weeks. You ain't even clocking in. You acting like you hurt or whatever the excuse is. And then the person has to turn around and hire someone else to take your place while you out 20 weeks. There's only 52 weeks in a year. That's damn near half the damn year that a business has to pay a person, especially if they got paperwork. Ain't talking about businesses is booming. Don't nobody want to deal with that. Listen up, though.
what it does is it mandates that for any reason an employee wants, they cannot show up for work. Forget this, for 20 weeks a year. So at the employee's election, they can decide they don't want to go to work for up to 20 weeks a year. They can claim they're sick. They can claim that a family member has a problem and they have to help a family member. But the employer is stuck paying the wage for the employee. And so this is why businesses in Minnesota are closing up. They're leaving our state because they're saying, I can't afford to pay an employee for 20 weeks and I have to hire someone else and I can't fire them. I can't hire anyone else. These are the kind of policies he's put into place, including illegal aliens now get free health care. Illegal aliens are getting driver's license. Illegal aliens are getting free college in
Minnesota. The legal aliens is getting free medical care, free housing, free college. And we stuck with all this college debt. Boy, I tell you, games being played. Anyway, let's keep on listening to Tim Walz' record. This lady was elected the same day he was in office out there.
In the state of Minnesota, when Minnesota citizens can't afford to go to college, it's no one has ever seen.
I feel you. Somebody said, Monica said, I need a remote job based in Minnesota. You could take 20 weeks a year. Per year, you could take up to 20 weeks. That's crazy. And you still getting paid for the 20 weeks that you're off. That's ridiculous.
Seen anything like this. I've been involved in government, Doug and Joni, for 30 years. I've never seen anything like this. I wrote a summary of what Tim Walz did. I can send it to you all so that you have it. And people need to see for themselves, because if you want to know what Tim Walz's accomplishments are, we have them on paper, how he's destroyed the state of Minnesota. So this isn't just a remark I'm making. The proof is in the pudding. People are leaving the state because they can no longer afford to live there. And also their faith is being damaged. Doug is a professional counselor. He's a psychologist, a clinical psychologist. In the state of Minnesota, if someone is a Christian psychologist or counselor and someone comes in and they're struggling with issues about sexuality and who they are, the counselor is prohibited from giving counsel to the person who's coming in and struggling. We're not allowed to do that. Also, when money was given to colleges in Minnesota, Christian colleges were not allowed to be involved in receiving money.
Damn, even they was giving out money to these colleges. A Christian college couldn't get none of that money. That tell you whose side they working on, man. A Christian college can't even get funded in Minnesota, but all these other secular colleges can. That's crazy, boy. They be hiding from their record. They don't want to tell all the real stuff. Crazy.
From the state of Minnesota. Secular schools, yes, not Christian. Tim Walz is a radical. Kamala Harris was voted the most radical liberal senator in the United States Senate. And that's why people need to know Tim Walz was the most radical governor of all 50 states. And he was invited by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Barack Obama to come to the White House. And he was showcased as a trophy. This is who we want to have as our governors across America. We want our governors to implement these policies. Well, if other governors do what Tim Walz does, there'll be no place to go in America to live. Thank God we have free states like Texas and Florida and other states. But the governors like Tim Walz, who are putting these policies in place, are making lives impoverished, miserable, and denying the faith of sincerely held beliefs of Christians in Minnesota. It's like nothing we've ever seen before.
Absolutely, Michelle. And I think you said you haven't seen this before. We've seen it. It's called communism. It's called Marxism, where you eventually run out of other people's money. I mean, $17 billion is a lot to spend, right? And so we have seen
communism and Marxism.
This. And this person, and we're going to try to get that paper and give it to people who want it. He's not going to protect our children. You know, I want to talk.
Listen to this part. He's not going to protect the children. He can sit up there and lie and say all the things that he going to do. But just like Kamala, when she was saying all the radical stuff she was saying, he got radical tendencies too. Listen to this.
Talk to the moms just for a minute about what the children are at risk here.
Mothers need to realize, pregnant women need to realize, Tim Walz is not for protecting the unborn child. Even the born child, he repealed the law so that born children from abortion would be allowed to die, left on a table to die. The 8 babies he did that to in the state of Minnesota. Any pro-life legislation. And for women who want to understand abortion, maybe women don't understand what happens in an abortion. Women in Minnesota had protections. He took that all away. He wants women to be ignorant, and he supports the culture of death, that babies would die. But women need to understand, for their little children, when they go off to preschool, when they go to elementary school, they're going to be schooled in radical education. He passed it in Minnesota. It is hating each other's race based upon our skin color. He put that in Minnesota. It's called ethnic studies, but it's meant to teach people to hate each other based upon the color of their skin. So the school curriculum is radical that he's put in place. He's in love with communist China and principles of communism. He wants youth to be taught the principles of communism. He did it in Minnesota, and he put it permanently in our state curricula in the state. And they're also putting in place the radical sexual education, so that it's really advocating children and messing up children's mind for them to think, if they're a boy, maybe I really should.
Yeah, Melanie, that's what he's doing. That's what he did. Employer has to pay employee full wage while they're 20 weeks. They paying them. Then they have to turn around and hire somebody to fill that position. So businesses are struggling. That's why they leaving Minnesota, because of the energy costs and that issue right there too.
Be a girl, or vice versa. And if a child goes forward and says, I'm confused, I think maybe I want to know more. Now, when the parents say no, the parents are pushed aside. It's the school district in the state that gets to take the child and change them. This is even worse than communist China and Russia under Stalin.
Y'all hear what she said? Let me go back. Say, if the parent, I'm gonna just let y'all hear it again. See.
It's to take the child and change them. This girl, or vice versa. And if a child goes forward and says, I'm confused, they're also putting in place the radical
it's right here.
Sexual education, so that it's really advocating children curricula in the state. And they're also putting in place the radical sexual education, so that it's really advocating children and messing up children's mind for them to think, if they're a boy, maybe I really should be a girl, or vice versa. And if a child goes forward and says, I'm confused, I think maybe I want to know more. Now, when the parents say no, the parents are pushed aside. It's the school district in the state that gets to take the child and change them. This is even worse than communist China and Russia under Stalin, because they didn't push this radical sexual agenda that Tim Walz has pushed in the state of Minnesota. Communism is one thing. This is a completely different revolution. It's full communism, but it's the add-on of denying faith to families, but also the state stepping in and saying, hey, we get to decide, not you parents. We're going to have control over your children. People need to beware. Tim Walz would be terrible as the vice president, because remember, he'd only be a heartbeat away from being president of the United States. And so we have to be forewarned. We have never had a ticket to vote for like Harris and Walz before. There's never been a more radical ticket. If they get in, they'll act quickly. Tim Walz did all of this in 1 year. In 1 year, in 2023, he did all this, and he did so much more that I haven't had time to tell you about, but it'll be on this document. I'll make sure that you have it within 5 minutes of me ending this segment, and I'll make it available for you.
Well, thank you.
Now, it's a document. She got receipts. I wish I had them. I wish I would have had that document. But yeah, man, some people are disgusting. You know, they hide behind song and dance. You know, that's what the the Democrats' claim to fame is. They song and dance everybody, get everybody to vote. Get the black people. We know we're going to get the union. We know we're going to get black people. But we're going to push a little bit more left. Like we're going to make it cool for your kid to be able to come to us or come to them and say they're curious. They push a little bit more on you all the time. So I think it's just flip side. Like it's crazy how what's going on right now, what they trying to make cool. Like it's not cool. Once the child becomes grown or whatever, then then you're not responsible for your child no more. Once that child becomes a grown person, the responsibility is off of the parent. Now that child then became an adult. Now they can make their own decisions. They better make the right one. Some people do things to themselves and realize that's not what they want. Now they depressed. Now they ready to off themselves, all kind of stuff because people like them said it was cool. Yeah, trends. When the trends is over with and you want to turn back to what you was before, it's going to be you're going to have a psychological effect on your brain. Crazy. But that's a little history on Tim Walz. That's why Kamala picked him, because his ass is with all that crazy stuff. With it.
Hi, welcome to Counterpunch.
It's just crazy, man. I got one right here for y'all, man. We're going to watch a little bit, but I did this one before, but just to keep it going, y'all want to know a little bit about some of the background of Kamala Harris, where she started, the school she went to, and a little bit things like that. And her dad, her so-called Jamaican dad, and stuff like that. But yeah, let's watch it just a little
Hi
bit.
there, welcome to Counterpunch with Trevor Loudon. If you like this show, please hit like and subscribe and share it with your friends, as many of them as you can. We're in the fight of our lives, people, and we need to get the word out. So today I thought I would talk about Kamala Harris. And we all know that if Joe Biden should become president, God forbid, that she will be the real president of the United States. So according to various news media outlets, of the more traditional nature, Kamala Harris is a moderate Democrat. She's a pragmatic liberal. But does that square with reality? Her own voting record in the US Senate is to the left of both Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, but we're told she is a moderate Democrat. But I'd like to go into Kamala Harris's background because it's frightening, to put it mildly. Now, Kamala Harris is the daughter of Don Harris, a Jamaican economist, and Shyamala Gopalan, who was a cancer researcher from India. She died in 2009, I believe it was. These two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s as students. They got married and they had Kamala and her younger sister, Maya. But both of them were very active in a group called the Afro-American Association. This was one of the far left sort of black power groups operating at the time. And it was, these people openly supported Fidel Castro.
Hold on. Let's see. R5123 say Mr. Zach Ty, I think, is calling you a pedo. I think I've seen that. Let me see. I wasn't really paying attention. It says, Ty said, we know what you like, Mr. Zach. It's 2024. Baby, we're open. You open. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I'm going to warn you too. I know what I like. I love women. Nothing else. Let me keep going before I get in trouble. But you got one more time, Ty. All right? I don't have to defend my sexuality, man. A heterosexual man. Probably way older than you too. Anyway, let me keep going, man. Be respectful, bro.
They supported Che Guevara. It was a Marxist group. Two members of the Afro-American Association, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, would leave and go off to form the Black Panther Party, the pro-China, militant, Maoist, terrorist Black Panthers who really serve as a model for today's Black Lives Matter. The leader of the group, Donald Warden, would later change his name to Khalid al-Mansour, and many years later would apparently write a letter to Harvard University recommending that a young Barack Obama should be admitted to that college. So Don Harris was later appointed as an affirmative action Marxist professor at...
Wait a minute. Melanie says, Mr. Zach reacts, did you catch my message with regards to the 20-week thing not being how the source you shared presented it? I only seen what I watched on here, so the presentation to me was you can be off 20 weeks and get paid for 20 weeks a year. Anything other than that? I don't know if you got more information on that or not, but that's what I seen.
Stanford University. At the time, Stanford only had one Marxist in the economics department and a group of radical students in the Union of Radical Political Economy, which later became a part of Democratic Socialists of America, which we know today from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, and others. They mounted a big campaign at Stanford.
AOC is a Marxist communist. This is him talking about them back in school, college and stuff like that.
To bring more Marxists into the department. And they chose Don Harris as the most appropriate candidate. And after a several-month-long, I think it was a year-long campaign, he was appointed there in 1975, basically as an affirmative action Marxist. So Kamala Harris grew up in that kind of environment, you know, far-left parents. She was basically a red diaper baby, the child of Marxists. In her late teens, Kamala Harris went to Howard University in Washington, D.C., the largely black college, where she was a student radical protesting the causes of the day. Then she goes back to the Bay Area, back to San Francisco, and sets her sight on a legal and political career. Not long after arriving in that city, she started an affair with a man called Willie Brown.
Willie Brown was 60 years old, and Kamala was 30 when they met. Sugar daddy.
Now, that set a few tongues wagging because Willie Brown was a very prominent Democratic politician in the town. He was a leader of the California state legislature and later became mayor of San Francisco. But at the time, he was about 60 and young Kamala was about 30. And Willie Brown was still technically married to his wife, though estranged, I believe, at the time. And Willie Brown got Kamala a couple of jobs, you know, like jobs on boards that earned her about $450,000 over 5 years for attending a meeting or two a month, that kind of thing. But the big scandal was this, that Willie Brown was then and remains very sympathetic to communism. Back in the 1960s, he was first elected to public office by members of the Hallinan family. That was a very notorious San Francisco communist family. They were very close to Nancy Pelosi, for instance. And the youth wing of the Communist Party, the W.E.B. Du Bois clubs, elected Willie Brown to his first public job. Willie Brown was supported for many years financially by a man called Carlton Goodlett, who was also a good friend of Nancy Pelosi and a publisher of newspapers for the black community, a long-time Communist Party member, and who even received the Order of Lenin, the Lenin Prize from the Soviet Union, for his peace work.
All his communist ties, man. Marxist communists. And y'all wonder why Kamala throwing out these type of policies. Like Trump said her daddy taught her well. You got to be a chameleon. You got to change it. You got to say what you think the people want to hear. So they can get in office. This was all like a strategic plan. And it's crazy. If we watch the whole thing, you're going to see the progressions of Kamala and Willie Brown, a few other names he gonna name that that are playing a part in her campaign today. This was way before she started to run for president. This is her being vice president. But it gets deep, man.
So Willie Brown was very active in those communist circles. In those same circles around the time in the early 60s, Dianne Feinstein, then Diane Goldberg, now the senator from California, was very active in those circles too. So Willie Brown, even after his affair with Kamala Harris, still remained active in supporting Communist Party causes. As late as 2000, while mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown was lending his name to endorsement lists for Communist Party events in the Bay Area. Even today, Willie Brown and Dianne Feinstein work very closely together, empowering the Chinese Communist Party in the Bay Area. I would class them as Communist China's best friends in the whole region. So Kamala Harris decides to get into politics, and her first run is for district attorney in San Francisco. And the man she beat was a member of the same Hallinan family that had elected Willie Brown many years before. But she got elected, and she starts to rise her way, to make a name for herself, and was regarded as a leftist district attorney, but earned herself a little bit of enmity from some members of the black community for some of the stands she made. She was regarded as tough on some issues, but pretty liberal on most. But the man who actually got her the job, the man who actually funded her and financed her, was a man called Stephen Phillips. Now, during the 80s, Stephen Phillips, a young black guy, was a law student at Stanford University. He was an open Marxist-Leninist, very closely affiliated with a pro-Chinese communist group called the League of Revolutionary.
I seen him, Melanie. I see what you said. Hey, look, whether they get 20 weeks or not, or whatever it is, maybe the policy changed. Maybe it's different now. Maybe they don't want the people who own jobs to leave the state, so they had to change it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but what I seen here with the lady saying, I don't think she have a reason to lie. Maybe they changed them policies. I appreciate the fact check. Thank you, Melanie.
Struggle. And he was very good friends of a young radical named Maya Harris. He knew Maya Harris's family very well. And of course, Maya was the sister of Kamala Harris.
But few people know Kamala like we in the Bay Area do. I've known Kamala and her sister Maya, Maya's daughter Mina, for nearly 20 years now. I've watched her rise in California national politics and partnered with her and her sister on several important political fights.
So there was a family connection right there with Steve Phillips. Well, Steve Phillips, in the early 90s, he led much of the League of Revolutionary Struggle into the Democratic Party. They changed the name of the organization. They became a group called the Unity Organizing Center, and many of them moved into the Democratic Party, as did Steve Phillips. Steve Phillips stood for the school board in San Francisco and served on that board for some time. But what really got him launched was the fact that he married his Stanford sweetheart, a young woman called Susan Sandler. Now,
hey, who's your daddy? In the comments, man. Come on with that, man. Please. That comment. Stop trolling, please.
Susan Sandler was part of the very wealthy Bay Area family. She was the daughter of Herb and Marion Sandler, who owned a big savings and loan. I think it was the 5th biggest in the United States, called Golden West. Well, they sold that to Wachovia Bank. It had a lot of subprime mortgages in it. It made Wachovia bankrupt, and Wachovia had to amalgamate with Wells Fargo. But anyway, they got a 2.2.
Who's your daddy is the devil. The devil always try to come in and try to change people's mind, especially when some facts is being broadcast. It's the devil. I'm going to warn you. You got one more warning. All right. People want to learn and see. You know what I'm saying? We got a big election coming up. So the more information that you can get on a candidate, because look up Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an open book. So let's sit here and learn and listen. You know what I'm saying? You can comment, say other stuff, but that it don't go down on this channel, man. Just respect it. Thank you.
$2 billion profit from it. And Steve Phillips has used a lot of that money to engineer himself into some very senior positions in the left-wing establishment of America and in the Democratic Party. He was on the board of the Center for American Progress. They helped to fund and start ProPublica. In 2005, he went to Georgia, at Atlanta, where he met with George Soros and some other very rich billionaires, where they started the Democracy Alliance, which is now over 150 members strong and has donated hundreds of millions of dollars to Democratic Party and left-wing causes in America, ballot initiatives, candidates, etc., over the last 10 or 15 years. In 2008, Steve Phillips got about $10 million together. He started a group called Political Action Committee, later became called Power PAC, then Power PAC Plus, and he did mass voter registration drives amongst Black and Latino communities in 17 southern and southwestern states. And that's those registration drives are what he claims got his very good friend Barack Obama ahead of Hillary Clinton in the 2008 Democratic primary. Certainly Barack Obama is a big friend of Steve Phillips. You know, Barack Obama was at Steve Phillips's house in 2017, I believe it was, got a copy of Steve Phillips's new book. Nancy Pelosi got a copy too. Steve Phillips, when he was at Stanford University, was a very big part of Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition. And what that was, it was run mainly by pro-Chinese communists from the League of Revolutionary Struggle, Communist Workers' Party, Line of March, Freedom Road Socialist Organization, etc. The Rainbow Coalition of Jesse Jackson, he ran for president in 90 well, far better than most people expected, because he drew an idea from a Black Panther who died in a hail of police bullets in 1970 in Chicago. The police raided his home, he shot back, and he came out the worst in that fight. The Black Panther, Fred Hampton, had the idea of the original Rainbow Coalition. You get the progressive whites, the progressive Latinos, and the progressive African Americans, and you meld them together into one force to give you more political influence. Well, Jesse Jackson got the progressive whites, the progressive Latinos, progressive blacks, progressive Asian Americans, progressive gays, progressive environmentalists, progressive Native Americans. So he had the red stripe, he had the lavender stripe, he had the yellow stripe, the green stripe, the white stripe, the black stripe, the brown stripe. And this is his terminology. This is not my terminology. Please understand that. But the idea was you get all the radicals together in one organization, and that gives you a chance to win elections. Well, in those days, minorities were maybe 12 to 15% of the population. Today, they are well over 30%. So the idea was really before its time. And so Steve Phillips has updated that theory. That's what got Obama elected in 2008. The progressive whites with the minorities, with the people of color. That formed the winning Obama coalition. Steve Phillips has written a book called Brown is the New White, a New York Times #1 bestseller. And his argument is really simple. Democrats, if you want complete power in America, enduring power, stop wasting your time with the middle voters. Don't spend all of your money trying to convince 1 or 2% of independents to turn Democrat. There are millions of Democrats in the South who don't vote, mainly black, Latino minorities. Instead, put all of your money into getting them registered, getting them to the polls, run far left candidates of color, and then you'll win elections, and then you'll flip the South, and then you'll destroy the Republican Party as a force, and you will have complete power in America forever. That's the strategy that flipped Virginia. That's the strategy supposedly won it for Biden in Georgia this election cycle. It came close in North Carolina, came close in, well, not so close in Florida, and actually won Arizona. This is the Rainbow Coalition applied to modern conditions and orchestrated by people like Stephen Phillips of the Democracy Alliance, and the money that they can command through people like George Soros and Tom Steyer and others. This is the philosophy that's now guiding much of the Democratic Party. So Steve Phillips got Obama elected, I can say that. He worked in
Steve Phillips got Obama elected. Now he pushing to get Kamala elected. Kamala is the definition of Rainbow Coalition. Jesse Jackson started it. Couldn't quite get there. Then they went with Obama. Now they got Kamala. They trying to make Kamala like the new Obama or something. Keep us confused. But it ain't gonna work, man.
2018 and almost got the far left Stacey Abrams elected as governor of Georgia, a longtime Steve Phillips protege, and almost elected the black socialist Andrew Gillum as governor of Florida. And Gillum served on Steve Phillips's Power Pack board for several years. So this is the philosophy that is guiding today's Democratic Party. So they understood, and I've been saying this for several years now, that Kamala Harris would be the candidate for the Democrats in 2020 because she's part of.
I appreciate all the love, life after death. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the people spoken, man. That one person ain't came back yet because we called him out on it. Angelo, what's going on with you? What's up, Bosselina? I see you in the chats, but you been at?
The Steve Phillips stable. She is one of his proteges.
I have seen the work of Power Pack around the country. It really is the work that inspires a lot of people to even consider the fact that they could be leaders and know that if they choose to take that step, there will be support. And the support will be broad and it will be deep and it will be significant.
She is half Indian. She's half black. She's female. She's a perfect rainbow coalition candidate. And I've been predicting this for over 3 years. And when she bowed out of the presidential race just before Christmas in 2019, I lost some steak dinners over that. But now I'm back to claim them back because she is really the Democrats' candidate. Everybody knows that Joe Biden won't last his first term. He probably won't last the first year if he should be elected. She is the candidate. She is third term of Obama, effectively. So Kamala Harris.
The third term of Obama. That's what they using her for. Steve Phillips. He the one with all the money, man. He pushing it.
She gets elected to California DA on Steve Phillips's money. She gets elected to Attorney General for California on Steve Phillips's money. She gets elected to U.S. Senate on Steve Phillips's money. And now Steve Phillips and his friends are trying to get her into the White House. Now, Steve Phillips, under Obama, helped to get Tony West, which is Maya Harris's husband, into the Justice Department, number 3 under Eric Holder. Now he is being seriously considered for Attorney General. So that's another part of the Harris clan that would be moved into a very key position of power. I'll backtrack a little bit. Kamala Harris, her husband, Doug Emhoff, his legal firm, is notorious for its ties to Communist China. They do a lot of business with Communist China. They actually have China.
Need to investigate Kamala's husband. You heard what he said. He do a lot of business with Communist China, deeply involved. That's probably why Kamala want all these EV mandates so China can make them, send all our jobs over there, pad their pockets up because they all in cahoots. It's a lot of communist talk going on in this little documentary right here. Start off with her dad. Met a few players that supported communistic ways. Now they want us to fund China with all these the green new scam and all that other stuff. It's getting deeper though. A few other people he gonna introduce that's in the play right now that we've seen on the news on CNN. One of them we seen crying on there. I forgot his name, but y'all see him when y'all recognize him.
Chinese Communist Party members on their staff. So that's one aspect. Kamala Harris's chief of staff, Karine Jean-Pierre, is a militant leftist who...
Karine Jean-Pierre. Her name is pulled up in this. It's like everybody that's in the administration is all a part of some type of agenda with communists.
In 2003, I believe it was, went to Haiti to meet with radicals down there with members of the Workers' World Party, which is a pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-North Korea, pro-Iran communist party. Now she would come into the White House with Kamala Harris. Another troubling connection is Kamala Harris mentored a young woman for many years. She employed her, a young woman called Latifah Simon. The two are best friends. You see photographs of them all together all over the internet. Well, when Kamala Harris met Latifah Simon, she was serving on the board of the Youth Empowerment Center in the Bay Area. Every other board member at the time, that was Harmony Goldberg, Adam Gold, Cindy Weissner, and Van Jones, were members of a Maoist revolutionary group standing together.
That's the dude right there that was crying publicly. Van Jones. So you got Van Jones, Pierre Greer, whatever that lady name is. It's gonna be another person that they pull up that he brings into this equation. And yeah, Ducey, he be clowning Pierre. He be on her. But it's all tying in, man. It's a reason why they pushing this communist price controls and price fixing and all this other stuff. The government wants to control everybody. You can't make more money than the next person. Equity and all this equality and all this stuff. Everybody gotta be the same. You ain't got it, so they gonna help you get it so you can be there with everybody else and everybody has the same. Watch it.
To organize a revolutionary movement or storm. Some people may know Van Jones. He's on CNN. He was briefly Obama's green jobs advisor in charge of a multi-billion-dollar budget. And I exposed his communist background, and Glenn Beck got him kicked out of the White House in 2009. But that is where this young woman, Latifah Simon, came from. This group, okay? So Kamala Harris picked her up, she employed her, she got her through college, and helped her in a political career. Latifah Simon is now serving on the Bay Area Rapid Transit Board. She was chairman for a while, and also a leader of the Akonadi Foundation, a very left-wing foundation in the San Francisco Bay Area. But Latifah Simon is also very, very close friends of a young woman called Alicia Garza. You would all know her as the key founder of Black Lives Matter. Alicia Garza is very close to Alex Tom, a leader of the San Francisco-based Chinese Progressive Association, which is front for Communist China, the Chinese Communist Party in the Bay Area. It runs Bay Area politics. So Latifah Simon and Alicia Garza are best friends. The Chinese Progressive Association helped Alicia Garza set up Black Lives Matter. So today, Kamala Harris and Alicia Garza and Latifah Simon form a little set, a group. And recently, before the election, Kamala Harris was on record saying that the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 were essential. They were wonderful, and they should carry on after the election. Black Lives Matter is now trying to tell Joe Biden who he should or should not put into his cabinet. Black Lives Matter is now trying to pressure California Governor Gavin Newsom to replace Kamala Harris in the U.S. Senate with either Bay Area Congresswoman Barbara Lee or Los Angeles Congresswoman Karen Bass. Both of those women were involved with the Black Panther Party. Both were involved with the Communist Party USA. Both were involved with Maoist groups. Barbara Lee's been to Cuba 22 times. Karen Bass has been there 16 times. Both of them are communists.
Karen Bass, the first black lady mayor of Los Angeles. You got Karen Bass. You got Alicia Garza, whatever her name is. The other lady, little Chinese dude. Everybody's tying in. Man, it's crazy how. And then you have, I don't know if y'all been watching Candace Owens, but she been breaking it down too. Like, for real. Who are these people? Why they so greedy with power. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on? That word communism, man, it's been going around. What we've been turned into China or something. You seen all those young Chinese fighting military age men coming across the border, 50, 60,000 of, probably more than that now. You got China buying up all the farmland. It's like these people is helping China to take over this damn place. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Then you got the strike with the people on the docks out there with the longshoremen and all this stuff. Everybody striking. The phones was turned off. The lights, all kind of stuff going on right now. I just hope all the people that was in those 6 states that was in those floods, man, that Hurricane Helene, man, is able to vote. You know what I'm saying? I hope them people are able to vote. That thing happened right before the election. That was a lot of people. But there's a lot of things going on, man. I hope we ain't finna be taken over by China, man.
Both come out of the Black Panther milieu. So Black Lives Matter is trying to get the California Senate under its control, plus get their very good friend, Kamala Harris, into the White House. Can you imagine if they succeed in those goals? So if you look at Kamala Harris, she's a red diaper baby. Her whole career depends on pro-Chinese communists. Willie Brown, Steve Phillips, her parents, all of the people around her who have guided her career, who helped her. You know, she's even married to a man who works for the Chinese communists. Donald Trump recently said that if Joe Biden becomes president, this country will be owned by China. Well, he couldn't have picked a better VP candidate to help him in the job than Kamala Harris. She will be China's best friend in the White House if, God forbid, she gets into that position. So I hope I've sort of enlightened you into the fact that Kamala Harris is no moderate. She's no pragmatist. She is a hardcore leftist who has worked with Maoist communists, been around Maoist communists her entire life, her entire political career. So we'll obviously be following up a little bit more on Kamala Harris, the California Senate race, Senate appointments, and other issues. By the way, you will notice that Kamala Harris has not yet resigned her US Senate position. What does she know that we don't? So thanks very much for watching Counterpunch. Please press that like button. Please share it as much as you can with your friends. Please subscribe. We will see you again. You'll hear things on this program you will never hear anything anywhere else. I promise you that.
Yeah, man, y'all go follow Counterpunch, man. You got a lot of information. He got a lot of information, man. He breaks things down. He breaks stuff down. He does his research and all that other stuff, man. Stuff that I don't feel like doing. If I want to know something, I just go to these different channels. And if I have a question, then I'll go and try to research it. But yeah, man, are we being taken over? Is there a silent war going on right now? And they trying to persuade people to vote this lady in. Who is she? Why is all this communist China talk going on? Why is her whole political career supported and funded by pro-communist black men? That's funny though. That's funny to see that, like, black men as pro-communist black men. Then all her players are set up who have ties with communist China. Joe Biden was getting paid. Didn't he say he got $10 million or something like that doing business in China, trying to cover it up? And he did say, Trump did say if Joe Biden wins, we're going to be owned by China. You know what I'm saying? So, no, man, I thought I had to play it. I was only going to play a little piece, but I ended up playing the whole thing, man. So, it's up to you guys to believe what y'all, to believe what you guys seen. Do your own research. But I recommend that y'all go follow this guy right here, Counterpunch with Trevor Loudon. Subscribe to his channel, man. Go to Candace Owens. A lot of people don't like Candace because she's so blunt, man. Go over there and check out what she got going on right now about her information, her Kamala's heritage and her background, and a few pictures that they put in this book that was supposed to be her grandmother. That was a black lady from Jamaica, but that wasn't her grandmother. Because Kamala's grandmother supposedly had died in 1960. And Kamala was born in 1964. So who was that lady in the picture that she's claiming to be her grandmother? Candace Owens found a picture of this other lady named Iris that they've been bringing up, but they don't never really show her. But she found pictures of her, and Iris looked just like Kamala Harris, older version, and a white lady. But it gets deep, man. Like, we don't know who these people are. Like, Kamala just came out of nowhere. Did nobody get a chance to vote for her? Nothing. They just said, this is what it is. Like Homeboy said, Counterpunch said, Kamala is the third term of Obama. You know? But yeah, man, it gets deep. It gets deep. Just, we got an important election coming up. Vote on the policies, not personalities. You know what I'm saying? I trust people who let it be known right then and there. Don't lie about who you are. Don't lie about your military record. You know what I'm saying? Don't lie. Don't lie about working at McDonald's, and don't lie about this. Don't change your accent. Like, it's a whole damn lie. But you got the left-wing media, man. They're going to keep pushing it. That's why Kamala ain't got to do no damn interviews. They play a bunch of sound bites every day. She still ain't answered the question, how is she going to put more money in our pockets? And we already know where she going to start off. Well, I came from a middle-class family, right? And, you know, my sister and my mom, we met another lady that was just like my mom, you know. They had good grass. They cut their grass, and all, like, that's not an answer. You know what I'm saying? It's not an answer. But like I said, man, y'all gonna make y'all choices. So it was a good debate. They had a good debate, though. But anyway, y'all, man, it's getting kind of late. Well, it is late. I got to get up in a few hours and go deliver mail. Good old American job, man. I appreciate all y'all for tapping in with me, man. It's really appreciated. Yeah, it's called Counterpunch with Trevor Loudon. And you should see him. You see that man. You should see this man on the you know what I mean, he's on his little thumbnail or whatever. But yeah, Trevor Loudon, man, he got all kind of information. Y'all should check out. He is not all about He ain't on nobody's sides. He just does content of whatever's going on in the world. Right? So, yeah. Go with the black jobs. Yeah, I got a black job, man. It's a lot of black people work at the post office. With a lot of other races. Yeah. But anyway, man, I appreciate you, Joe. Appreciate you, man. If y'all still here, man, y'all hit that subscribe button. Get your boy out there, man, in the algorithm. Get it up. We're gonna keep it real, man. I'm biased to Trump. Yeah, of course I am a Trump supporter. I was a Democrat all my life. But the Democratic Party is not the same party anymore. Not to me. I don't like all them weird changes and all this stuff, man. Everybody thinking it's all cool and it's not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Much love to everybody, man. Look, I'm going to pray for everybody, man. I pray that the Lord protects you, guides you on your spiritual journey, man. I pray for prosperity for everybody in the chats, man. I pray for world peace. I pray, man. I pray for everybody, man. I love everybody. Everybody in the chat. I might have put a few people in timeout because they didn't want to listen to what, you don't put down the host. Like, I ain't said nothing bad about you. Don't say nothing bad about me. But I love everybody, man. I just hate people actions. I don't care if you white, black, Chinese. I don't give a damn what you is. The more souls that come to God, man, the better. You understand me? So, on that note, man, I'll be back. Well, it is today. I was going to say tomorrow, but it is today. I'll be back today later. When I get off of work, come here to my little studio, man, and keep on playing some of these videos, man. See what happens. Every day we wake up is something new. Something new. All right. So I pray everybody, I pray all is well. Love you guys, man. You guys protect yourself at all times. Y'all keep y'all head on the swivel, man. God bless you. God bless me, man. And God bless America. Y'all hit that subscribe button. Hit like on the way out. I'm Mr. Zach. I react. Peace.